to Dragons in Space. We had done some calibration and him to perform or to get a better quality of stream. So please let me know how things go tonight. And also, I will be checking the video after to see if things have actually improved much. Just doing a few last final checks before we get our stream started, making sure everything is calibrated for an ideal performance. And I have confirmed we should be good to go. Alright, so let's get our stream started. Tonight, we are going to be focused on doing missions, get more science. And by doing more missions, get more science, I mostly mean to burn time, because we have so much science in our labs that just needs to process that we literally just need to pass. But I don't fast forward. I always do missions in the intermediate phase while we're cooking our research and while we're waiting for things to get to other worlds, because otherwise you're just wasting, your space program stuff. Doing things, frivolously when they could be advancing. So let's see what we can do here. When we put up our space station to Kerbin, I'm sending that to Earth. Because then we can dock a ship with the station, pick them up, go down to the surface, and then I got some of these in progress. And we have plenty of time to do. This one I want to do, but we what power output we need. Run all the grills. Or at least I haven't seen the grill very efficient. We should be able to do about that. Where is our that's one we experimented with. Pretty sure it doesn't work too well. So many craft. Ah, the HLs, that's it. That was a heavy lifter. Alright, so this thing. I still can't figure out the puzzle of why we done anything. Yeah, probably the same problem that we had from everything else, just not enough power to the reactor yet. We'll do that one, but at least we got this one set now to go. Got two that want to go to Memphis. Get rid of 2 missions. If we do that, we could probably also pick up that Kerbin from space, or Kerman from the moon. Get the super tourism vehicle out here. Now for this mission, I might have it take just a little bit of extra fuel with it. We gotta be careful though, because if we discard these tanks, they risk impacting the solar panels. I don't expect the panel on the belly to last through re-entry. But hey. Oh, it already grouped it. Kinda cool. Because I copied it. thing is probably going to have to land. We're going to turn it into a small lander. To do that, we're going to need more stabilization. There is that. There we go. For the gear, begin to really favor these. They're pretty awesome. Now these are wide enough. We need stabilizers on the side. Thinking I might be able to ease up slightly. Now those look up relatively the same height. It might need micro adjustment. So let's see if we can move it up. We need perfect alignment. No, almost perfect. Getting close, exactly. Okay, so let's try a minor adjustment. We can do get it in place. Way too high. You could do smaller increments. That's just about exact. out, but not quite. See what happens if we put the ones on the side. Maybe get them in. There's literally like less than an inch difference, but an inch is difference between tipping over and not. That is about as good as it gets. Yeah, I think they're in perfect alignment now. Or near perfect. Alright, so we might be able to completely get rid of these in favor of launching taking the stress. This thing will stand well. Problem with these gear is I have seen them fall through the launch pad. And I did not quite the right thing. Alright, let's see if these fall through the launch pad again or not. Oh, these are working just fine this time. Spoke too soon. They are through the launch pad, but I think they're not in such a way that's going to cause a problem. Retract the gear. Oh, don't lean. Back out again. It should put it up normal. Work on this. Whoever made these gear, their colliders are not working with that when deployed. Okay. So looking good. I think there's our demon sun. I think we're ready to go. Oh, we forgot the tanks. We got our reserve fuel tank. Now that we know that the gear are kind of funky. Affected. Also, a reminder, my viewers, you can now cheer me. You can also subscribe. So, if you really like the content and you want to support it, all the help I can get. We'll move these down a little. It doesn't matter if they partly cover the antenna. fine. Our side fuel here with a little extra block. Give it a little extra range. Do that. And that should be. If we got room for an aerodynamic cap on this, I don't think we do. Just the basic ballistic will do fine for what it needs. All right, just where we want it. That's 4. Want to change for this. And we can mirror them. I connect to the radiator, just like that. Having some weird issue. Oh, that's right. Do these individually. Looks good. Now that, yeah, there we go. Get up. This thing's got plenty of range now. It can make orbit. This is just a test. We're not actually taking the tourists with us, right? Orbit with this extra load. I don't think it'll have any problems. The 4 boosters have just a delicious amount of power. I won't worry about the gear. We're just going to get not blowing up, so it's fine. As long as it doesn't get hooked the grill there, I'm happy. Good. Retract it. think we're going to replace that with docking. That would allow it to dock with the space station. Like you can get one of the dock at the station, but rather than running it home, they send up a smaller vessel used purely to deliver tourists to the station, and then it could deliver. This could take it wherever they wanted, just how efficient it is, and it could refuel at the station. Nice idea. But we're considering you need to have kind of missions going though every launch for tourists. We're doing kind of fun because it'd be realistic taking the tourists to the station, transfer them to a long-range touring vehicle, and it looks like we've got. Wow, how are the boosters staying caught up with this? Oh, the TWR right now isn't that great, but also we need navigation on this one. Alright, but you're one of pilot's not good. Probably speak that cargo way. We have room more. Okay, no, that way. I need a small cargo base that will allow us to. Right up here, do we have battery? 2 battery packs. You can probably remove one of those. I can probably remove that stick that navigation's in there. Turn to our orbital engines, our higher powered engines here, so we can get some momentum up, because we're not going to make orbit at these low speeds. They're rapidly approaching the apoapsis. Even with them on full throttle, they burn at a low rate. We still got a massive amount of delta D. I don't think we're going to have any trouble, but best to be certain. Start panel deployment here. Low panels. Be wakey. You break off. You facing the wrong way? Oh, I bet the booster bumped it. No. And it didn't give any message about it breaking. That's weird. Must be where it's sloped, and I didn't actually angle it slightly outward. We'll make that tweak too when we're back in the lab. I can bab. So if the apoapsis is running away from us right now, I think the answer is clearly that this thing will make a reboot. That's gone. Side tanks. They cleared the wings okay. That's really good. Forgot about that. That's our fission cargo back. Oh, they broke the panels off the side. That's not good. What we're going to need to do is we're going to need to move this entire solar array up. If we do that, that should prevent these from damaging it. We are ejected, or we can move the two on the back here, on the side back here. Orbit confirmed, but several major improvements need to be made. Painful watching. So how heavy are these? 0.06 tons and how heavy are they compared to? These. Ooh, that can use locks. That's the one we want to keep. Throw this in here. A different command module that's fitting what that is. Wow, that is a huge cockpit. Not made for entry. I just need a short, basic, stubby cockpit. Yeah. Too large. There's no happy in between. The one-man Mark 1 inline. Really need Mark 1. Go this way. No choice. Question is, purple leaving. Possibly not. I'll have to test it up. Alright, so we've adjusted the panels, put them forward, so these, remove those two. And we're looking at better RCS control because we don't have four-way control. $30 kilogram difference between it. That's the other thing. Is why this broke. Also, we gotta get this one out of space. All right, all the groups of the solar panels are there. I think that's pretty much all we can do. Oh wait, there is one last thing to do. Why did we elect to choose those? What's the strength on the 0.7? This is 1. That's also 1. 2 jets. This one doesn't have a vertical up-down thrust. We need a 5-way. Go ahead with these. No reason not to. They're flat against the belly. Perfect. Maybe not so much on the though. We'll have to place them individually. Go. Looking good. there's the other thing I wanted to do just for safeties. We're going to make sure that that canister has no chance of impacting the winglet. Alright, this is going to be an actual mission. Who's the one who needs to walk on the moon? Damiela? Walk on. Pilot. I have a probe core on it, so. Yes, I do. We can actually pick up one of the pilots in orbit of the moon. I'm not comfortable with doing that quite yet. Reason being is there might be a fuel shortage. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to orbit one of the stations around Minmus, since Minmus is going to be the first destination where it's going to land. Then it can come back up to orbit, refuel with the station, and proceed onto the moon, pick up the pilot, and come home. Complex mission, but it'll work. So let's look at our station requirements for Minmus, because we're going to have to update Superstation for that purpose. Minmus must have at least 9 Kerbals supported. I think our vessel already supports now. Check that. And behold the monster behemoth that is my space station. I'm actually going to make one minor change. I was having those all the way up near the craft, or near the docking area is a problem. But on the outside. I think we're good to go on everything else. Confirm we have Kerbals. Option 2, 3, 6, 8, 9. Yes, this will fit 9 Kerbals. We do 2 scientists and a pilot to go up on the craft. Let's go recruiting. Do we have any viewers I can recruit? Let's see. Not at the moment, sadly. Wonder where everyone is tonight. I usually have a small crowd in here. Guess where it's midweek. Wonder where everyone is tonight. I usually have a small crowd in here. Oops. One moment, be right back. Alright. So let's go ahead now and recruit our crew here. Pilot and 2 scientists. Kudo, if you could do me a favor, get on the stream and just check and make sure the quality's good. And Kudo is my first subscriber. Thank you so much. Oh, we forgot to crew it. That's a bad thing. Hey, Doc. We're about to put up a new station. We're sending it to Minmus. That way it'll be able to refuel the tourist vessel that may settle there and then come back. So the mission that we're on right now requires nine total crew spaces, and we got that. We now have our pilot and our two scientists. So stick around, you're going to get to see a massive launch here in a second. Hey Doc, out of curiosity, do you have any familiarity with moderating Twitch channels? I'm actually looking for a few more moderators to add to my team. And I'm going to prefer it be people who are pretty reliably around, you know, this time of night and on stream, and we tend to be. If you even want the job. The rules are pretty simple. Just no politics, no religion. Keep things civil. I stream at the time that it's morning to you. Like 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Eastern time is like 7 a.m. to 11 European time in most cases. I know you probably won't be here if I do earlier streams and stuff. That's fine. I'll need somebody for like every hour of the day for when I'm going to be streaming at odd hours. So yeah, we'll make you a mod if you're okay with that. Are you all right with that? Oh, I need to check and see if I'm pretty sure we action group these. Check and see right quick. Not changing, those are not action group. I don't expect you to. You seem like a pretty mellow person.
threaten the balance.
Oh goodness. Did not mean to open that. Be just a moment, people. Just working on something in the background here. And Space Cat become active. Alrighty, so we found out that these are not action grouped properly, so we fix these. Huh, they are action grouped. I'm guessing the reason they weren't changing is because they weren't actually triggered yet. Yep, all three sets are good. Alright, we're good to launch. Just had to be certain. What about the solar panels? We got those too? Yep, fully good to go. There you are. Now you're a mod. Let me know when you're back, Doc. Safe launch for you, since you're the only one viewing at the moment. All right. And that, it's my soda. Let me know when you're back, Doc. Saving a lot for you, man. You're the only one viewing, want to make sure you're able to see it. No fun when we don't have anybody to share it with. Looks like dusk is coming. Welcome back. I got some food too while you were away. It'll be a good time too. I tell you, that sky looks strange. Looks like dusk is coming, but it's coming from the wrong direction. Maybe it's dawn and the sun's coming up over here along with the demon star. Alright, so here we go. Make sure all the crew's on board and in the proper locations. We are looking good to launch. Crew is confirmed. Doing pre-flight checks. Everything's checking out. Getting countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff of Druk Station Minimus. It will take a few seconds to leave the pad because it is so darn heavy. I'll figure out a good place to piss you right. Oh, this thing is like shredded all to pieces. Shredded the heaviest part like crazy. And just as with the original launch of the original urban station, we are seeing some heating of reactors on the way up. The part of the course. PWR is now picking up. We are now picking up speed at a pretty decent clip. To get atmospheric friction, we'll start with a small throttle back, but that probably won't happen for a while. The rate is building speed. We are starting to experience some atmospheric friction, so we're going to do a slight throttle back on the thrust. Keep the TWR around 1.75. We'll keep it around 2. We've lost atmospheric friction. We can go back to full throttle up, get engine power behind us so we can get away from gravity. I'm going to start a slight lean. Just enough to shift our momentum eastwards. Check our orbit pattern here. Orbit's looking good. Boosters are spent. Boosters away. Lane separation. TWR remains pretty good. We're going to start throttling back a little to conserve. Actually, we'll just switch over to hybrid plasma. Just make sure our power doesn't burn out here. Check our megajoule usage. Not giving us TWR yet. About 30,000, we'll start nosing over the horizon as atmospheric friction falls. When our TWR is about 4, we'll try the hybrid plasma state again, since it's so efficient. Because that should mean that, because the hybrid plasma is about half power to the main engine, so that should put us about at 2 TWR. It should still be enough to get us into orbit pretty easily. We now have orbital altitude achieved at apoapsis, so we can go ahead and nose over. I'll also go ahead and switch over to the hybrid plasma. Still not enough TWR. Looks like we're getting about 1/5 TWR, so we need to have TWR in the main engines be 5 before we can use hybrid with any type of reliability at this weight. Yeah, I do. I'll give it to you in just a little bit once I get this thing stable. Although typically I don't use a headset when I stream. I'm actually talking to you through a C930E Logitech webcam mic. The way I work all day with like things on my ears, so when I stream I typically like to be headset free. And now we are gaining velocity with the hybrid engine, so we can probably stick to using those to establish orbit. Although the velocity gain is still small. We'll go ahead and go back to we need to get thrust up some. We got to get our speed up. Maybe at a TWR of 10 on these blue plumes, we can probably switch over to hybrid. It may not be possible to switch to hybrid and still be efficient with this weight. We'll see though. You know one thing, that hybrid is eating up the megajoules like crazy. It looks like the hybrids may finally be at a tolerable thrust away, so we can probably stick on these until we make orbit. Or until we start running low on power. This one still only has the salt reactors. We haven't got any new reactors yet. Yesterday, Freethinker, who is one of the developers for the Interstellar mod, was on, and we tried to get beam power working, and we all came to basically the same conclusion. I just haven't got the tech for the power unlocked yet. We've got to unlock the full potential of the salt reactors, as well as some of the new fission reactors, in order to really put up some strong beam power laser systems. Okay, we are currently getting very close to apoapsis. Good news is we are also getting very close to orbital velocity, so I don't need to switch back to the blue engines. We still have a very large amount of delta V on this stage, 2,000 milliseconds. We may be able to make it to minimus with our primary rockets intact. I'm going to go ahead and manually in these solar cells, start getting us some solar power going. The other cells are around the main bottom core body, so we can't extend those yet, so we're just going to put these out first. The only modification we made between the previous station and this one is the position of these cells. We moved them out to the outrigger engines to make sure that they weren't going to collide with any vessels that may dock in the future, or other stations that may dock in the future. Although with those cells as large as they are, I got a funny feeling if we docked another station with it, it might have problems. Alright, we are circularizing now. We'll have orbital velocity very shortly. And there we are. Alright, now we just need to make it to minimus. That's going to be a fun one. I need to add some additional RCS thrusters on these boosters when we still have them, because right now it is maneuvering like a giant whale. Get rid of the fairing now, we don't need that anymore. Alright, let's find minimus. For safety's sake, let's turn all these on so we don't have to worry about any collisions nearby. We're already approaching the descending node. I need to be on a normal path for that one. Go ahead and start refining the ore that's on board in monopropellant because we're going to need as much of that as we can get. Alright, adjusting our orbit. That should be close enough for us to reliably hit Minmus. Alright, so Minmus, where are you right now anyway? Oh, you're actually in a pretty good approach position. Are you? Not really. Go ahead and get into a prograde state here because when we come back around, we'll be pretty close to prograde. I love that Scatterer now has the Umbra of the Moon on Kerbin. That's pretty awesome. I think we can make it. Let's go ahead and start burning. I'm actually going to burn a little bit above the orbital path. This will take a bit. This thing's got a lot of momentum. However, we are getting down to the last bits of fuel on the external tank, so we'll be jettisoning those soon. Yeah, Interstellar is awesome. I love it. Especially if you get Interstellar Adventure to go with it, which adds the 4-star systems. When we get warp power and antimatter engines, I cannot wait for that. But you're talking ridiculous amounts of tech. I mean, I think it's 10,000 just for warp. It's the final tech in the entire campaign. Oh, they have moon encounter. A little bit too far. I want it to be about 100,000 meters. That's about as good we're going to get. Where's that going to put us? Oh, we're going to be above. Well, that's interesting. That means I need to burn a little antigrade. Or a little anti-normal, I should say. We're just going to let it slowly pull itself over to that. I love it. Look at our remaining delta V right now, Doc. 5,000 on the last stage. And we're rebuilding power, which is a good thing. Those hyperplasma engines chew up megajoules. Now my goal is to get us to a 100 kilometer orbit on the west side of Kerbin, or of Minmus, so that we can go in a west to east normal orbit. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm adjusting the orbital path to the equator. So that's necessary in order to be able to precisely place us where we want to be when we first enter the orbital window. No problem, dude. Feel slightly low. Need to be on a direct impact path. Bullseye. Alright, now we can go back to prograde antigrade. And we use thrusters to do. Yep, equatorial orbit station, 100 kilometers up. Standard west to east prograde orbit. And then that station will have enough refueling capacity to easily refuel the tourist missions that I want to be sending to Minmus. So that not only will they stop at Minmus, but they're going to go to Moon after they go to Minmus. And when they go to Moon, they're going to pick up a couple of guys in orbit and then come home. So we've got a very complex recovery mission that this station is going to support. We can probably also pick up Father Nanners while we're out here. Alright, we are back on prograde. Perfect. That's exactly where we want to come into this orbit at. Put all maneuvering thrusters and then set SOI change. And wait for 13 days. It's not a network relay station. It's a refueling station. Does that make sense? So I send a mission to Minmus. They land, pick up people, go back up into orbit, and then once they're in orbit, they dock with the station, refuel, then proceed onwards. Yeah, it's going to be part of CurbNet for sure, but its primary purpose is refueling. And why did it just adjust that out? Just because accelerated time? Weird. Go to fine control on the thrusters. Whoa, 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 what's going on? Crap. I hit the engines. I hit the engines. I hate that. Ah, blew it. Blew it, blew it, blew it. I should have keyed a toggle for turning the engines off while I was at it. Back on target. Hey, at least it wasn't a blue engine burn. Those things would have blown me way out of Kerbin's or Minmus's system. Alright, so let's see. I will definitely have to set up a cutoff toggle on the action groups for like full cutoff. Can't risk another mistake. Yep, definitely could have. All right, let's see if we can. What is it with time acceleration adjusting your orbit? I don't get that. That's something that needs to be fixed. What in the world is almost in a collision? Oh, okay, it doesn't actually come out to amendment. And there we come. We probably kill the alarm. I'll go ahead and kill it. All right, we're now in Nemesis influence. We need to be retrograde. Yeah, these engines have a lot of power right now, no matter what mode they're in. By the way, Doc, how's the stream quality this evening? How's the picture? Clear? Because I made some adjustments to the bit rate as well as to the encoding. Just want to make sure it still looked right. All right, now if you look carefully, we are a little bit off of the equator. What we're going to do, I'm actually going to use this to help us. This thing is a pretty precise indicator where the equator is at. We're upside down right now, so our controls are kind of inverted, so I'm going to roll. More pixelated. Interesting. I try to turn down the pixelation. So I'll have to increase the bit rate back up to leave the encoding where it's in. That'll probably fix that. So we are going to push against that nav ball, make it go to the equator. And there we are. Now we are on a perfectly equatorial orbit. Now we will lock retrograde. That's interesting. I may drift a little more off of the equatorial line as we get close to the periapsis. Periapsis height is 149,000 kilometers. We still got a ways to go to it. Yep, we're drifting still. So we need to calibrate again. I will see what I can do about fixing that for next stream. I suspect what happened is I took it from 4,500 bits to 4,250 and dropped the processor encoding from, I think it was ultra fast to super fast. Because from what I was told, it drops pixelation. But I think dropping the bits probably wasn't a good idea. The processing may have been fine, but yes, I am. I've got dedicated threads, though, to OBS and dedicated threads to ASP. Handling it pretty well, given it's a 2.5 gigahertz i5. Alright, orbit's back on target again. We can accelerate more towards periapsis again. We'll probably have to adjust at least one more time. Dude, I am surprised that this thing got this far with all 6 tanks intact. I was expecting it to run out like before we even fully made orbit. Alright, we have an apoapsis now, which means we have an orbit. We just need to circularize it as well as make it flat. Ooh, I did not notice that we had pulled into periapsis so tight. We need to radial out. We are on the equatorial orbit now, though. Yeah, I am actually I'm an affiliate now, at least. I'm not a partner, but I am an affiliate. Do they still reduce affiliates? I thought they'd changed that at some point. These tanks are almost dead, but not quite there yet. In theory, I could refuel them, but with the ore on board, I could process and refuel all 6 tanks, but they're actually extra mass. We need to shed them once they're done. Is it me, or is an equatorial orbit of Memnus kind of tilted? I guess that's normal for Memnus. Well, if that's the case, then I will be setting down scaling to 720 and having to adjust the formatting just a little to accommodate that. I'll do that for the next stream. But I want it to be picture perfect, crystal clear what you're viewing. Alright, this should just require a light tap. These hybrid plasma engines are great for making fine-tuned adjustments to orbits. They'll put you within like meters of where you want to stop. There we go, 100. Alright, now we need to warp around to here. This will probably take less than 30 seconds to adjust. Bingo. That's as close as we're going to get it. All right, set normal mode. I must be looking at this upside down right now. There we go. Now, if I'd been smart, I'd been collecting all the science on the way in, but I forgot to. Oh well, we can do it on the way to moon with the moon station. That's fascinating. Exactly 100 kilometers is 105 meters per second for this vessel. That's uh, that's an unusual mathematical coincidence. Like each kilometer corresponds exactly to 1 meter speed of meters per second velocity. And jettisoning last stage, or last boosters. They only have 71 milliseconds of delta V left in them, so I don't have any fuel tanks on board that can use the contents therein, because everything is still full. Bye! Later, fellas. Thank you for the ride. Clean departure of the boosters. Oh, let's get some science now that we're here. Oh, look at all that science they have to do. Wave to the boosters and say hello to the science. Wait, there's a Project 2 Phoenix out there somewhere? I bet it's on the runway. I'll have to recover that baby. Because there should be no Project 2 Phoenixes currently deployed. Great, well the game screwed that up. Found the antenna here. I'll have to do it manually. Oh yes, in orbit. I forgot about that. I was testing out the space plane the other evening. I was showing it off. I gotta show off this re-entry too before the end of the stream. The game is clearly having trouble with all this data I'm transferring. We need to rename this baby. There we are. No, still not satisfied with it. There we go. Says what it is, where it is, model it is. Perfect. All right, and that was all the magnetometer scans. Booster's still tumbling out in the distance. Oh, it has to be in solar orbit. Did not know that. That means we'll have to replace Helios Lab with this. Or Kerbal Lab. Come on, process faster. We got one more and we're done. Getting it all queued up. And then lastly, we keep it in case we ever recover the station or need to transfer the data. All this beautiful science, all these beautiful stars. I love what those two stars do to the background. I mean, you can actually tell they have their own luminosities. Sky full of stars is the best kind of sky. Oh, we already sent this home. Do it again. There we go. Oh, it's because we're changing biomes and gravity works by biome. We're going to get a whole crazy amount of data then from this. Whoa, 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 whoa. We can actually keep that one. Like, I'm sitting here sending data and we're changing biomes as I'm sending data, and that is making things confusing because I don't know what I've sent and what I've not sent. First world problems. Too much data, too fast to process. Alright, we're just going to let this run now because we've got a queue going. So we're over slopes right now. Yeah, we've got a queue built up. All that data. Are you seriously done? Are you done? Are you done? Okay, it is done. Transmit that first copy home. Come on. Thank you. Now I've got to figure out where that materials science lab is. Well, we need to reset it. I think it's in here. Yep. While we're working on that, let's do mystery goo. We'll send what we can of that home. And go ahead and start researching here. Oh yeah, let's turn all our lights on. Forgot about that. And behold the Christmas tree. All the lit up lights to indicate which port you're connecting to by color. Red, green, blue. Hey, what's really colorful is when two of these stations dock to each other and their lights are bouncing off each other. Forgot to include some stuff for the engineers too. I'll have to fix that when we go back to lab. I needed to add a few of the connector ports for KAS, KIS, and a drill and some screws the next station before I send it to the moon. And we're over lowlands now. Alright, we're almost full up in here on science to process. Doc, I think you're in orbit somewhere. I have to check the roster when we get back to station. I know you didn't get thrown out of an airlock. Too useful. So we have fully recharged now. Made loads of funds on research. Did we ever complete that mission? There's a mission specifically for this. Have 3 pilots on the station? Really? Really? We might be able to pull that off by rescuing a couple of them. They keep slipping these incidental requirements under my nose that I overlook. Why would we ever put 3 pilots on this station? Makes no sense. There's no reason for 3 pilots to ever be present. We'll get it though. That'll be easy. We'll send up 1 pilot with the recovery mission, pick up a pilot possibly from the surface amendments, then return to the station, dock with it, and we'll instantly have 3 pilots. And the mission will be over. I can't explain logic I don't understand. I cannot wait till they get the DLC out where you can make your own missions, because then I'll probably turn off most of the randomly generated ones and just make my own and say, yeah, we're doing this today. It's a beautiful view of Memphis, though. Okay, did you clean the labs like I told you to? I hate when it does that, it throws me off. So, Kerbal, we are almost done here. We only got 2 more labs to upload our data to. Then Minmus, and then finally, I think it was the primary station around Urban. Oh, we already done that one. We only had 1 more left. Okay. Oh, I had to scroll up for the other one. Lab's mission time has been 13 days. Average output on most of our other labs is about 10 science per day, so we need to go collect. And we've done all the science here we can for now. It just needs to process what it's got on board at a rate of 5 science per day, because it's not full up with data from other locations. And there we have it, folks. Memma Station, ready to serve. So we will go out to tracking station now. And what we're going to do now is we're going to land that Phoenix project plane that I forgot that we needed to re-enter today. This is our SSTO. We orbited it yesterday, just to demonstrate that it was capable of doing so. Pardon the plastic playlist, opening a bag of gushers. All right, so here we are. Are we at an orbit here? Where is... Okay, good. Excellent. We will be flying right over. Ooh, we got data here. It's always nice to jump to a craft and immediately discover science that you did not have yet. We'll go ahead and keep these since we're returning. That'll allow us to finish up, hopefully. Orbit. And we just hit yet another biome. Come on, get it done. Apparently we can still send it. Behold, ridiculous loads of data. Thank you, gravioli detectors. We keep changing biome. This is driving me nuts. Now we're above the desert. I don't think I really asked anything. I was just complaining about the fact that we keep changing biomes so rapidly. It's like I can't keep up with the amount of data that's becoming available via the gravioli detectors. If I had asked something, I've forgotten what it is by now. Gotta wait for these transmissions to complete to know if I have any more I need to collect here. Wow, this thing's processing data slow. I don't think there's any faster processor though. Thanks for being attentive. We're going to just queue these up. We're up to Moon Lab 1. Rook Station. Ball Observatory. Mimus Polar Lab. Finally, the orbital station. Alright, we just need to speed things up a little. Get all that data processed. Alright, that everything? Got it all? Okay, good. Wow. Okay, so let's go ahead now and start reentry procedures. We will turn over to periapsis, or to retrograde. And we will burn our monopropellant orbital engines until we have reentry vector over ASC. Alright, close enough. We're going to leave ourselves with a little bit of monopropellant to help guide us in if we need to. We will now move to prograde position. I don't think we actually have any air brakes, but just in case. And get ready for re-entry. If we're lucky, this should take us right down on top of KSC and straight onto the runway approach. I'm going to put myself at a 20-degree down angle. And that should help us catch atmosphere and dig into it. We want to dive like crazy. Now, great news is we're already below safe tolerances for heat for this aircraft. In terms of velocity. Although that may change as we fall faster and faster until the atmosphere really starts kicking in, giving us some friction. Which I believe is starting to do. Dive, you beastie, dive. Get down to the dirt. We do not want to overshoot. Come on, dive. Whoa. Little bit rocky here. Turbulence. We are going to turn around and come back. This is not the re-entry point we were looking for. Kind of close though. Whoa, 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 what just happened? I exposed stuff to heat that shouldn't be exposed to heat. Ah, goodness. 154! That's what happens when you try to do a 90-degree turn at 1,700 meters per second. Even with this craft, that's not possible. But I had to try it anyway. Oh, what a mess. What failed first? I'm curious. A radiator tail fin collided into a landing gear? What? It probably sheared off in the turn. You see, I have pressure as well as stress. It broke under stress. It didn't heat. It wasn't heat that killed it, Doc. I was trying to turn too hard. There's what killed it. Look how many G forces were in that turn. 79.1 Gs. Yeah, that thing can return safely. I was just being careless, mostly because that craft is not critical. That was just a demo model. And the guy on board wasn't exactly important. Yeah, John G wasn't like a streamer or anything. He was just a random Kerbal. Hey, edible rubber. We have picked up boatloads of science, so let's go back to the Space Center. $79G turn. I didn't know that plane was even close to remotely capable of doing that. Well, I guess it's not because it blew up. The fact it could even get close to that and still be intact until it snapped at that high of a G turn, that was just wow. I'd figure it'd start breaking up to like 25 Gs, maybe less. Recover our launch arms here. True, you could do it, just not hold it. I really love that craft. One of my favorites. We did lose a little bit of science, nothing too serious though. And nothing we can't recollect later. That space station has like 6 landing legs, or launch legs. Alright. Now, due to a glitch, whenever you collect things from VB, sometimes you get input locks, so we'll clear those. There's our power station over there I was telling you about, Doc. You asked where you were at, so let's go check that. RIP. Here we are, Doc. You are on you're on Kerbin's space station. Matter of fact, we need to go check that for data, but before we do that, I want to make some modifications to the space station design for the future to make sure that it has everything it needs to service itself in other vehicles. So we've got the model down perfect. All we're going to do is just tweak a little bit of the inventory on board. Yeah, you're still fine. I wouldn't pull tricks like that with somebody's named Kerbal in there. Edible Rubber, there were a lot of old movies that had practically no funding. You're going to have to be a lot more specific than that. Unless you're talking about like Armageddon or something space related. All Alright, let's use the autosave version of Druk because that was the one that went up that was in great shape. Dude, I have no idea. Alright, so what we need to do for KIS is power storage, solar panel. Utility, there's what we want. Put 6 of these on the bottom. A few more about midway up. You could probably also do with a winch or two. That'll help drag craft in if they need to be. Nah, that'll be too much weight. We want to put a winch on a craft, we'll put on the craft itself. Stations are already nearly max on their weight. Alright, so we're going to have our engineer in this crew tank most of the time, I believe. Let me double check that. Confirmed. So we'll go to C0, which is where our engineer will usually sit. We're going to toss in his equipment. So he's going to need a power drill. Had a category at one point for Kerbal stuff. Where are the tools? That sounds like Monty Python's Quest for the Holy Grail. Oh, there's the wrench. Oops. I mean to do that. All the nose cones off. Yeah, that's definitely Monty Python's Quest for the Holy Grail. Now, why is that not putting that into? BAB is starting to become buggy. That's not a good sign. We are approaching the stage where the memory leak starts to kick in. Well, it's not dragging it in there appropriately. There we go. these just in case. And maybe throw in a couple of spare solar panels in case somebody has a power problem at some point. Alright, we're done. Bring up that. Oh, I did not know that. I didn't know that Mel Brooks and Monty Python had made such similar movies. Alright, let's go check our station, see how much data we can pick up. Also, I need to rename Drug Station, something more appropriate. And we got a whole bunch of debris we need to clear. Before we do that, we're going to show off every major important thing so that we don't accidentally clear stuff we should not clear. Look at all that debris. Debris, debris, debris. All those Drug Station pieces floating out in the middle of space. We'll detonate them with nukes so that they are incinerated. That's probably from, yeah, that's from the crashed Phoenix. When you overshoot KS, it's that time when you overshoot KSC and you just trying to get back to it so hard that you rip your craft apart. God, I've had that happen so many times. Crazy amount of the Phoenix 2 actually made it to the surface. Yeah, sometimes I fly just a little bit too aggressively to test out the parameters of my craft, and bad things happen. Yeah, we had your son trying to pull off stunts in our very fancy space plane, stress testing it, and he didn't make it. Sorry. Yeah, I don't imagine that would go over to anyone. All right, let's start with Science Station 1. Hey, Moon. $218. It's really stockpiled it. Oh, we got another notice here. Oh, all the gravity scans got us some more money. Our power level, we got enough to do this yet? Not quite, working on it. We need to rotate the craft so that all the panels are displayed for ball. There you are, Kerbal. Pop those panels up for us. Yeah, our old stations have power issues because of the fact that they don't have nuclear reactors on board. They're all solar panel based. Here's some layout to improve the stream a little. Now you can see who's on board. Alright, so all that tech has been sent home. If it's got any more tech that it's picked up from the other labs to process now. What is it, Space Cam? Why don't you come over here and get some pet clips? Come on, up in the chair. Co-pilot. Yeah. Now that's utterly useless. And that puts us almost back up to full on our available data. And our data rate is back up to 12 per day. Excellent. Okay, next lab. Flying Moon Lab 1. Alright, the liquid fuel and oxidizers are really starting to come along now that we put the radiator on the reactor. It's actually doing a pretty good job processing the ore intake now. That might make it even better. Base cat, come here. Stop yelling at the door. Mama's asleep. She's wanting Kudo's attention. I get up in the chair, Space Cat. I'll keep you company. Alright, thermal efficiency is even better when we just put on liquid fuel plus oxygen. Alright, so let's check out science load here. Well, we're going to have to wait for the sun to come around because it is almost out of power. It is not going to broadcast at that rate. And there's the sun. This lab has been up here for over a year now, doing its thing. Restart the drills here. It's operational, just not at what efficiency, so I'm assuming it's at max efficiency. Alright, we got all our data. Oh wow. Just have to keep the rest of these. Alright, so that's another 200. Why the megajoules aren't being stored. Something on here clearly has megajoule storage, but is not actually storing anything. I know what we can do. Let's click megajoules and it'll tell us where it's at. Oh, the Gigantor solar arrays can generate megajoules. And it's just converting instantly into electrical power because of how much electrical demand there is. Welcome to all of you just joining the stream. We're collecting science on the moon. Zoki0602, welcome aboard, sir. Alright, we are done with this station, so let's go on to the next one. We ordered a brand new station tonight. You'll get to see it here in a couple of moments because we're going to stop by it and check on its status. It's in the orbit of Mimas. It's another refueling station. I don't know if you saw us put up the first refueling station around Kerbin, the really, really large one called a drug station. Have you seen that one yet? Okay, folks, I got some sad news. The memory leak finally caught up to us at 3 hours exactly almost. I am reloading Kerbals right now. Fortunately, I don't believe we lost much. Also, I hope you guys like the new background. I figured it fits my stream name pretty well. It's supposed to be a black hole, also known as a maelstrom vortex. You and me both, Doc. While we're loading, I'm going to take a quick trip to the bathroom. So I'm going to go ahead and put up my be right back message, and I will be right back. All right, everyone, I have returned. Fortunately, I think when you change views, that I think it auto saves, and I think we probably haven't lost any progress, but I will double check and make sure. First thing we'll do is visit the last station we were at and make sure the science got sent. Which was the moon lab. If we find the science is not sent there, we'll go back to the orbital station. But I know before that we were at the Space Center, so at least we won't be before the Space Center. All these mods, man, all these mods. The price of playing a heavily modded Kerbal. You have to deal with the fact it takes a while to get them loaded. Almost done. Come on, get it done. Get it loaded. They're really thinking hard about that Mark 1 pod cockpit. And believe it or not, that's a squad craft stock. I mean, that's a squad stock craft piece. Weird. There we go. We are loaded again. I think it collected the science because we definitely didn't have anywhere near 773 before the crash. So we're probably good. Also, for those of you who haven't noticed, I've actually put my YouTube stream link as well as my Kerbal X link into the channel information. So if you want to go see the craft I've uploaded or check prior episodes of Dragons in Space or any of the other series that I've done, you can go to YouTube and check those out. It's got a full historical record rather than a short record kept by Twitch. Alright, let's resume what we were doing. Alright, let's go check out Moon Lab because I want to make sure we got the science from it downloaded. Alright, yeah, we did get the data from here. That's good. Okay, first, the other thing we want to do while we're here is this needs to be a base. Yeah, I know, it looks really weird. I'm not sure what caused that or if it's intentional. Maybe a moon crashed into a semi-liquid planet and got stuck, is my best guess. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. You can now cheer here, as well as subscribe if you want to. I made affiliate, so, and I don't know if you guys noticed it in the channel information, but I'm going to be doing a 24-hour stream on Saturday to celebrate the fact that I've made affiliate. So that'll be starting at 2 a.m. Saturday morning, running to 2 a.m. Eastern Time on Sunday morning. Which means I got to get a lot of really good rest over the next couple of days to make sure I'm ready for that. And get some energy drinks stocked up. Because I am like 36 going on 37 years old. It's going to be kind of a challenge for me. In my youth, that would have been no problem whatsoever. Ah, yes, this is a station that doesn't actually have science. But we were going to dock it with Science Station 1. Where's Drug Station at? Let's see if we can go ahead and do that right quick. Shouldn't be too hard. Let's just test orbits right quick. Have maneuver. Hmm. What it looks like it's telling me is that we would need to go around once in order to maneuver to meet up with that with the direct station, so we will do that later. Oh, this is not in a good spot to do it. Without burning a ridiculous amount of delta V. Yes, yes, it will be. Don't want to fall asleep at a keyboard. That would be kind of sad. Just sit here and everybody suddenly start hearing snoring. All right, checking on Memis Lab North, see how much science it has to give us. All right, here we are. Take a look. 170. Do we have power to send it home? No. I'll have to wait for Kerbal to come back around and resupply the lab with power. And there we are, back to full. And now we have all of our science, and this lab is low on data. All right, we're almost back to full on data on that one after the transfers from the other labs. So we're done with the Minmus Polar Lab. Go check out Kerbal Observatory. Now this is an interesting one, fellas. I don't know if you guys were here when I placed this or not. This is a lab that is in orbit of Kerbal, which is the sun. It's just outside of Minmus influence. Now, in reality, they have these things called Lagrange points that are in front of and off to the sides of a planet, where you can place a satellite and it will stay there, held in place by gravitational forces. Unfortunately, Kerbal simple or Kerbin or the program's gravity simulation is simply not complex enough to actually simulate Lagrange points, so they don't exist. So what you have to do to simulate a Lagrange point is you put a station that is on the exact same orbit as Kerbin at the exact same velocity of its orbit. So the velocity of Kerbin's orbit is about 9,268. As you can see, we're at 9,270, so we're just a little bit faster on Kerbin. But as you can see, the orbit in the course of a year will never actually encounter Kerbin's orbit. So this station remains extremely close to Kerbin, but not actually in Kerbin's system. Now it also has one of the new science stations on board with a massive antenna range, and that allows it to act as a secondary space center relay for KerbNet with the power to transmit all the way to Mars and all the way to Eve. So it serves as a redundant relay for the Space Center whenever the Space Center is out of alignment with Duna or with Eve. Or even, I think, might even reach Moho. Possibly even out to Grace. Let's check on our alarms, because, let's see, we are only 54 days out from ComSat 2 rendezvousing with Duna. See you, Zoki. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Really appreciate your visit. Have a good one. Alright, so let's check the science on board this one. We don't actually have anything processing right now, but that may have changed. Okay, this is what I feared. Labs in the orbit of Kerbal do not actually produce any research. So the lab is essentially useless. Bye, Zoki. Take care, man. Have a good night. Or lady. I don't know what gender you are, unfortunately. You want to tell us, that's awesome, though. So we're just going to go ahead and transmit all this science home because it cannot actually be processed in the lab. So there's no reason to keep it. Except for these that can't even be sent home. You have to keep those until you basically return the lab or retire it. But it can still sit out here as an observation station for Kerbal. So we're ready to bring it home. Still has a very large amount of delta V. It can actually travel pretty extensively. Matter of fact, it's going to be this useless, and since I need an actual refueling station out here, one of the things I might do with this thing is see if I can't take it to another system and just orbit it. We need a station around Duna, but I think it requires more passengers than the thing carries. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 Kerbals aboard. Not very big. I wonder how much to reach an orbit joule with this thing. Let's find out. We'll add a maneuver node ahead of its current orbit. Set joule as the target. I don't think we have the Delta V to make this. That would be neat. Have a nice little aquarium. Alright, I don't think Jewel's viable. Gray might be, though. Awesome, thanks. Alright, so we're going to try to do gray. See what it tells us on this one. We'd really have to get the ascending, we'd have to adjust our orbit before we can actually hit Dre. Hmm. So that's probably going to be too much power. How much to E? Eve might be an entirely viable target, less than 700. Dive to Eve. Hmm. Well, that's going to be a challenging orbit to hit right there. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that would make it kind of difficult. Having such a narrow entrance. Oh, oh. Hmm. It requires too much delta V. Oh, there we go. Alright, I need to focus on E so I can see where it's at. Alright, so this model will be coming in underneath it. That one will be coming above it because it's... Okay, let's fine-tune this. We want to come in at about an equatorial level with the periapsis. About right there. Ooh, there we go. That would bring it in real tight around Eve at 2.8 million. That would result in an antigrade orbit. This just exemplifies how much orbits change over distance. Anybody know what the upper atmosphere's top is on Eve? I have no idea. That would be too low. About the same as Kerbin's. On a semi-flat orbit so that we can just correct it gently into an equatorial one. I think right about there is about as flat as we're going to get it. Ooh, 72,000, that's perfect, just about. "101 days to maneuver node for Kerbal Observatory to become Eve Observatory." We should have plenty of delta V to cover that. May not be able to get back, but the intention is for them to stay there and operate, so that's not really much of a concern until late game. That'll give us a prograde orbit. Hey, whatever floats your boat, edible rubber. You like making aircraft? Make aircraft all day. I can make planes too. I have a model Mustang and a model SR-71, model Concorde. I mean, they're not complete high fidelity, but all right. Finally, we need to check on Drake Station here. This is one of the supermassive stations that I orbited the other day. Moon in the background again. British moon because of all the red stars around it. Blood moon. Alright, so let's check our data on board. Do we have plenty of power? We should. Plenty of power. Transmit data. In the meantime, I have just collect all the containers. Make sure all the science has been done that this station can do. We got a new gravity scan. These gravioli detectors are data gold mines. And data for days with these things. Looks like we changed biome. They got even more gravity data. No complaints here. More data is more data. Let's review the onboard stored data. Add all that we can to the lab here. And now it's got a good stockpile to work off of, and it's producing 10 a day. Awesome. Alright, so the other thing we need to do is rename it because it's not using the naming convention I have for station now. Let's do another science thing here and just see what we named the other station so we can make sure it matches. This one is in a 300,000, 326,000 kilometer orbit. So that's going to be 326 km. For Ball, Drux Station, Ordal. Come on. Thank you. Alright, now it's properly designated. Ordal means orbital depot and lab. And that one hasn't had time to process any data yet, so we won't visit it. We don't need to. All right, back to the Space Center. Let's check out all this science that we just picked up. And go make a new purchase of technology. 1,177 to work with. We really need reactor upgrades more than anything. So let's see here. Nuclear drum. Molten salt upgrade. We will get improved nuclear power. That's what I really want, the pebble bed. 1.3 gigawatt output. Holy cow. That's a huge improvement. And this one can do 2 megawatts. $5,000 gigawatts. So let's see how much power we're now generating from our power station. Now that we've got that salt reactor upgrade, I'm curious because we've been having serious power issues with our thermal engines, and this may have solved them. Whoa! That made me nervous for a second. So this is our power array here. Alright, looks like we're able to do almost a full megawatt of power now. Which makes me wonder just how well the ramjets are going to perform. Let this thing get deployed and we'll go test one right quick. No problem with waste heat steel, that's good. Giant laser cannon. Oh man, Sorry to hear that, Edible. It's a big craft. It takes a second to load it. Power received. How much is it? 0.846 megajoules. Oh, don't flip, don't flip, don't flip. RCS, RCS, kick in. Ah, no. Pulled up too sharp. Why this thing is wanting to fly with such high levels of instability, I have no idea. Wanting to corkscrew, it's kind of weird. I botched the takeoff on that, basically. I'll try that again. I wonder what kind of SAS we have on here. Or do we even have SAS on here? We do. It's right here. Thing is literally a flying brick. A huge engine for such little thrust. Yeah, that's very understandable. You probably want to keep that as like a heirloom or a collectible. Now the atmospheric resistance is starting to drop off. It's going to speed up a lot. course, as soon as you switch over from using the mega thrusters, it's no longer able to do anything. And it's going to be out of fuel very shortly. I wonder if it can still fly under just the engine with that low thrust rate. I bet it can. Especially with the power to it in decline. I've got to work on a better design for it. It's just too thick. In a mild stall here. Yeah, I'm not sure this is going to recover. Oh, so I'm being powered, but these wings aren't actually receiving anything. Alright, emergency recovery protocols. I've got a new project for us. So we know that Project Phoenix is crazy efficient and able to get into orbit. What we don't know is what would happen if we replaced the monopropellant on board in the orbital engines with plasma engines. But actually, we got something more important to do right now. We need to actually go grab a couple of Kerbals from orbit. Oh wait, it's 6 a.m. now. We'll have to do that tomorrow. Matter of fact, we probably need to wrap up the stream so I can get some sleep in order to do the long stream this coming Saturday. Anything we need to do before I wrap up? I don't think so. Wish this game had a notation function to remind you where you're at in your mission. There's probably a mod for that, like Purple Notepad or something like that. I'll have to look one up. Alright, so we're just going to save here to quick save 2. And I hope you guys enjoyed watching. We will resume tomorrow night with the recovery mission. The intent will be to go to Minmus, recover the Kerbals there, as well as land a tourist, dock with the station, go to Moon, pick up a couple more Kerbals that need to be rescued, and then return home. If all goes well, we'll be returning home with almost a full boatload of Kerbals. Yeah, we got two very interesting projects. We want to try to upgrade the engines on Phoenix project, make it even more efficient than it already is, to allow it to do much more extensive work as a space plane, because it can go all the way to Moon and come back. We know that already. I've already done it and used a tail hook to land it. So, yeah, we know what that craft is capable of. All right, good night, folks, and thank you again for watching the stream. You as well, Doc. See you later, man.